Good morning, everybody. Let's just take this moment to realize that we are going to start eliminations in less than 3 minutes. Starting off with Super Street, you guys should all be there. Third final call. If you're not, you're late. Hope everyone's having a good morning. Let's get started soon. I can't wait to get eliminations started, to get people off the property, and ultimately get a winner. That sounded bad. I don't actually want you guys to leave, but if you get eliminated, you got to pack it up. So, without further ado, we're going to start. So make sure you are all tuned in, watching the racetrack, because things are going to get serious. And I believe we are going to pull up the first pair. And yes, here they come around the corner. We are officially ready to start. Starting off with Super Street up first. Ron Harvey, right-hand side on the pickup truck, up against Zoe Charforos in her Mustang. Stock eliminator at this time. First call for you. In the trackside staging lanes, please. Also, Super Street, we're going to hot lap you guys back around once we're done. Dead on perfect for Ron Harvey. If he did that yesterday, that would have won him $100. It is going to win him the round, even though the scoreboard, of course, didn't show up. We're going to fix that real quick. So, wow. Dead on perfect for the first run. So hold on, we're just going to be on hold for just a second. We're going to get that scoreboard fixed. So, wow, we obviously didn't see what she ran, but it wasn't as good as what he ran. So, 1 second. And just like that, we're ready for Kenny Chesterfield and Rich Campbell. Rich Campbell has a division win. First ever division winner. He's going up against Kenny Chesterfield. So stock eliminator. First call for your round one of eliminations, please. Look at that. 2 thou below the index, and Rich Campbell too slow, 289.6. Not going to get the job done today. Great run from Rich Campbell. Or wait, Kenny Chesterfield. I said Rich Gannon. I don't even know what's going on, man. I'm just here. Next round, Ricky. Or next. What the hell am I talking about? It's been a long day. Ricky Lightning. Right hand side up against Mickey Sr. Mickey Sr. is going to get it done. Too fast for Ricky Lightning. 272 with a 6. Excuse me. And a 277.9 for Mickey Sr. And that's good enough to do it. Next up, we got national champ over there on the right-hand side. Ben Charlotte up against Christopher Lancaster. The 55 Bel Air. One above with a 7. Will get it done against Christopher Lancaster. Christopher Lancaster is a new racer. So he's still figuring out the car a little bit, but not terrible for him. I could definitely see him with success in the future. Next up, Malcolm Nicholson against Clark Winger, who's been running really quick, so hopefully he has something to tune it down. And he toned it down too much. 286 beats the 291. He was a little too slow there. I saw him. It definitely worked. It definitely worked tuning him down. Also, Sam Check right here on the right-hand side up against Patrick Chung, the national champ of Season 2. His first ever win. So Season 2 is a great start for him. He's going up against Sam Check, who needs to, remember, tone it down just like Clark Winger had to. But Clark did a little too much. Sam Check going to take the strike. 274 4 and a wow. A 4 or dead on 4. That is a 280 with a 4. Will get it done. Sam Check just too quick there. Stock Eliminator, second call. All of you to Tower Side. Stock Eliminator, second call. All of you to Tower Side for round 1 of eliminations. Good racing so far. Can't complain. Here is Chris Lang on the right-hand side, up against Austin Schutz in the left. 283 with a 1 beats the 285 with a 6. Austin shots in the left lane. We'll get it done. Here's John Stewart, division champ, up against another division champ, except he's also the season winner. A season 1 champion, Super Street left side, Steve Conahan, in that 69 Mustang. And he goes too quick. .282 with a 5. That's 2 above with a 5. Beats the .276 with a 2. Steve Conahan will lose it. Wow, an upset. He's been struggling with that car a lot recently, but he got it done. A bit of an upset there the first round. Definitely have a few upsets. Here we go. Jack Swift, right-hand side, up against Jim Nelly in the Fox body in the left-hand side. Trying to keep up with him. 1 above with an 8, 290 with a 7. Last race, so third call for stock. Tower side, third call for stock. Tower side, third and final call. Here comes Chris Brooks. The last qualifying pass he took was horrible. He ran a 3. Something was wrong with that car. Hopefully everything's fixed and ready today to try to run that 280 as best as he can. Up against Randy Swift. And the right-hand side, the twin brother. He's going to go ahead and take that stride way too quick. 265. And wow, Chris Brooks with a good run. He's a relatively new racer, but he ran a 1 above with a 9. That's 281 with a 9 on the 280. All right, now it's time for the bracket class. No index racing anymore. You can pick your dial. Who can run their dial the best? We're about to find out. So remember, Super Street, you're going to circle back around. And now we start Stock Eliminator. We have Jake Riley and John Somerville. Jake Riley on the left-hand side in the fastback green Mustang. Up against John Somerville, dialed in 280. Ford versus Chevy battle here. Both division champs. .273 with a 2 and a .306 with a 9. Win goes to Jake Riley. By 1,000th of a second. I just realized that. Wow. Jake Riley going to change his dial to 310. All right. Jackie Bevlick, the national champ, and your stock eliminator champion of season 1. Up against Rob Tango, both dialed in 310. These guys went against each other in qualifying. Let's see how this turns out for them. They should be at the finish line at the same time. 308 with a 2, 308 with a 3. Jackie goes too quick within 1,000th of a second. Good win for Rob Tango. He's at a good spot, though. Wow. Stock is very close. Both of those races were within 1,000th of a second. Very impressed by these races. All right, here we go. Brock Smith, dialed in 260, up against Blake Phillips, left-hand side. Dialed in 360 in his orange Mustang. Something happened there. You're in a 393. A 258 with a 6 will definitely get it done. He had a lot of space. And that's a pretty good run for Brock. Just needs to tone it down just a hair. Chuck Allard and Ashley Dick. Ashley Dick right-hand side in the Corvette, dialed in 260. Up against Chuck Allard's 290 in the Flame Nova left-hand side of the track. Up against the Stars and Stripes inspired paint of Ashley Dick. Here we go. Dead on 2. Loses, well, by far. Chuck Allard's off the dial by a lot. He ran a 307. That is awesome. Good runs. Vince Burns dialed in 260, up against 250 from Troy Fisher in the Chevy Impala left-hand side. Ford versus Chevy battle here. .250 and the 260 here, so this should be relatively close to the finish line. Troy will get there first. Or at least he should. And right now he's not. 257 with a 9, 262 with a 3. Yeah, Troy just way too slow there. Vince Burns will get it done. Impressive there. Left-hand side, Zay Lawrence in the Chevy Nomad, dialed in 320. Up against Nick Chuck, dialed in 330. Right-hand side of that yellow Mustang. Dead on perfect on the 320. What a run from Zay. That was surprising. Now everyone's running perfect. Qualifying, they were fooling around. I didn't give anybody $100 for their perfect time. Now people are running dead on their numbers. That's an automatic boom to the next round. And not even a bad run from Nick Chuck, 328 with a 1. That's not even bad. Aubrey Williams, 2-time national champ, 1 divisional champ. Our first ever division winner, actually. Dialed in 270 up against Devin De Silva in the red Dodge, dialed in 350. Super Street, you're going to be called in just a second because we're getting them right back around. .267 with an 8. And a 254 with a 1. Aubrey is going to get it there. And she was 23 off her dial. No, 22 off her dial. And Devin De Silva off by 41. Aubrey on to the next round. Tony 30 Acre, dialed in 270. Up against Dan O'Neill, dialed in 3 flat. Remember, Tony 30 Acre had problems. And no, not anymore. Gets the win. 2 above the index. He ran 272 on the 270. Beats the 305 with a 4 on the 3 flat index. He would have lost either way. It doesn't even matter what he dialed. All right, Super Street. Round number 2. Trackside, please. Trackside staging lanes, please. Look at this. Brady Atwater, ready for the show. Dialed in 4 flat. up against Evan Groove down the 3 flat. So there's going to be 1 second from these guys. Well, what it should be from the finish line. So let's see what happens. 1 Mississippi. Looks. Oh, man. 292 for Evan Groove. He's going to change it to a 290 and a 368 with a 2. It's just too quick for Brady Atwater. I don't even think he ever has a round win. He ever got a round win? I would love to see that one day. All right. Second call for Super Street. Get him on down. Oscar Cummings, left-hand side. Dialed in 320 up against the left-hand side. And the beautiful Nova I love, Jay Greenhead. Dialed in also 320. So they should be neck and neck at the finish line. We'll see who gets it. Bit of a staging battle that they're definitely going to be looking at each other through the side, out the window. You know, they're going to be looking back and forth. Who takes the stripe? Who takes the stripe? Hold on. Good thing we caught that. Scoreboard's not going to be working. Now it makes it even more nerve-wracking. Now they have to stage up again. And hold on, it's not working. 1 second. As we figure out the issue. Creates even more suspense for them now. But hold on just a second. Super Street, I should see you guys pulling them back up. Great job, Super Street, on getting them back around. 1 second. Here they go, neck to neck. Hold on 1 second. and Jay Greenhead will get it done there. Next up, got Trey Martinez against Gary Jones. Trey Martinez in the El Camino right-hand side, dialed in 290. Up against Gary Jones in the fast pickup truck, dialed in 260. Oh my god. Oh, I thought that was a perfect number. And what is going on with that screen? The win is going to go to Gary Jones for a second, but that finish line is not cooperating with us. We'll be on hold for a sec. We're just going to be on hold here for just a sec. We're just going to give the finish line a break for just a second, so we will be back in 5 minutes, or whatever the hell you call them. 5 minutes, we'll be back. That sucks. We've been having issues with it all competition, which is annoying. We'll have it looked at, and hopefully it's good for Vessel, the next Vessel Dragway, the next competition we'll be at, or next track, whatever you want to call it. So we'll make sure that's all good. We'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. All right, well, we're back up and ready. Stock, you're on standby. You're going to hot lap it right back around. Well, not yet, but not really hot lap it, but you guys have literally barely any time in the pits. So there's no point. Left-hand side, Stacy Lynn. Dialed in 310 up against Maddox Reed. And to the right in his 55 Chevy. Maddox is dialed in 290. .294 with a 2, and a 326 with a 1. Yeah, Stacy Lynn's just... That car has been running right. Dave Spot Jr., right-hand side. Dialed in 270 up against Nathan Lopez in his Corvette Stingray. Dialed in 330. Oh, that is too quick. 263 with an 8. And a 253, and that's good enough to get it done. Nathan Lopez on the next round. And we've got a good matchup up next. Derek Alejandro, right-hand side up against Sarah Bowen. Sarah Bowen, left-hand side, dialed in 280 up against Derek Alejandro. Dialed in 310, the division champ over here. Sarah Bowen does not have a division or national yet. She doesn't have a win. Wow, both run terrible. Sarah Bowen runs a 292. And Derek Alejandro runs a 317. So he'll change his number up to a 320. And hopefully that is better for him. All right, Ron Harvey, division champ in Super Street. All right, Stock. Need you to tower side. Hot lap him right back around. Super comp, you're on standby. Ron Harvey, left-hand side. In the Camaro, dialed in 310. Up against Sean Richardson in his 54 pickup, dialed 290. One above with a 1. And 6 thou below the index. Sean Richardson wins it by 5 thousandths of a second. $294 with a 3 on the 3 flat index for Randall Donovan's right hand side. $54 below the index. Billy Shakewood with a 69 above the index. Win goes Randall Donovan. Back on the Super Street already. Randall changes the number to 290. Left-hand side, Kenny Chesterfield. Up against the guy who ran a perfect time. Here we go. Wow, dead on 3. Beats a 1 above 3. 10,000th of a second there. At the finish. Super Comp. First call the trackside lanes. Super Comp. First call the trackside staging lanes for round number 1, please. Look at that. All right, up next, Malcolm Nicholson and Chris Brooks. Chris Brooks left-hand side in the 58 Chevy Impala against Malcolm Nicholson of the Nova. Here he goes. Malcolm Nicholson takes the stripe. Beats him by a mile. Obviously, the scoreboard isn't working, but 291 with a 6, and Chris Brooks follows in behind him. They both did terrible. And Malcolm Nicholson... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Malcolm Nicholson just touched the wall. There's a bunch of times that people have done that this competition. He slips out. He actually boinks the wall pretty, hard. Not just a light tap, just like most of them were, and everyone was fine, and they continued on the competition. We're going to be on pause and make sure he's all right. He got the round win. Hopefully he can make it back around. So we'll see you in a second. Ron Harvey will get the bye run for Super Street. It's pretty locked in. He will get the bye run next round. But anyways, we're going to make sure Malcolm Nicholson's all right. So we'll see you in a second. Here we go, Super Street. We're going to continue on. Everything is okay. I mean, Malcolm Nicholson is back in the pit area. I mean, he'll still race with a broken bumper or smashed up, like, you know, whatever. But anyways, Ben Charlotte, left-hand side, national champ. And the gray Mustang up against the green Mustang, Austin Schutz. Check that out. Matching cars. They're the exact same model, just different paint. Let's see who will get on to the next round. Ben Charlotte's going to lead. Ben Charlotte, 2 below the index for the win. And a 282 with a 7. 2 above with a 7. Not even a bad run from Austin Schutz, but he's going to have to back it away. Here's Mickey Sr. right-hand side up against John Stewart in the left. Mickey's a new racer. His first competition was in a national event. He lost that. But he's back again. He's doing a pretty good job in this divisional event, improving that car each run he has. And John Stewart, the division champ in the Firebird lift-ins. Ben Charlotte looking like he might get the Byron next round. So Ron Harvey has it this time. Then he'll probably get it the next one. And that's a close one. 284 with a 6 and a 276 with a 4. 34 under and 46 above. Win goes Mickey Sr. in the Vega. Last but not least, Jack Swift up against Patrick Chung. He's your division champion or national champion, season 2. He got the first win in season 2. Congrats to him. His first to ever win. He's doing a great job in Super Street. Let's see if he can continue. It's a tough match. He's in the lead. He takes the stripe. He is 13 under the index. Right? Yeah, he's 13 under the index for the win. And Jack too slow with a 282 with a 6. So the Swift family leaves early. And now back to stock eliminators. Zay Lawrence dialed at 320 up against Brock Smith, dialed 260. Super Comp, first call to the trackside staging lanes, please. Trackside, Super Comp to the lanes. Look at that. 257 with a 7 and a dead-on 8 for Zay Lawrence. He is bettering up that number. Nice. And qualifying didn't look so promising. Now it looks pretty goddamn good. .260 dial for Ashley Dick, left-hand side in the Corvette. It's a fast-ass Corvette. Up against Vince Burns, dial 260. So they're going to be a second apart. see how this one goes. 1 Mississippi. Wow, 259 and a 359 with a 5. Vince Burns for the win. Knocks both of those rounds, eliminated the 2 fastest cars in the class. Good for them. 5 thou under the index. Ashley Dick, 10 thou under the index. Amazing job from Vince Burns. Driving that Mustang for a win. Jake Riley in the fastback Mustang right-hand side in green. Division champion. Up against Rob Tango, also down 310 in the white Mustang left-hand side. Let's see. They should be neck and neck at the finish line. Let's see who gets it. Jake Riley's behind. And it's going to cost him the win. 2 above with a 2, and he slowed down a lot. 323 with a 3. He was locked out of that race. Super Comp, second call. You can start filling up trackside lanes and go to the tower side, please. And this is going to be on hold here. We're going to move Jake Riley out of the way. It looks like he's just taking a while. That doesn't mean he's broken or anything, but just making sure everything's all right. Alrighty. Tony 30 Acre, left-hand side. We got some Maddox Reed. And the right-hand side in his 55 Chevy. Maddox Reed, dialed in 290 up against Tony 30 Acres. $270. So once again, Super Comp, second call. Super Comp. Oh my God! Wow! Tony 30 Acre wins it by 3,000th of a second. He runs dead on 1, almost perfect. Maddox Reed runs dead on 4. Good runs for both, but Tony's was just a little bit better. He's on to the next round. Jay Greenhead, right-hand side, dialed in 320 up against Nathan Lopez, dialed in 330. Jay Greenhead with the Nova. Right-hand side, I love that Nova. Oh, man, come on, what the heck? He runs too slow. He runs 330 with a 3. Nathan Lopez would have liked that better, but Nathan Lopez ran a great number as well. 329 with a 5 on the 330 dial. That's 5 below the index. Aubrey Williams dialed in 270 up against Gary Jones, dialed in 260. Third call for Super Comp. Make sure you bring him up. Bring him up. Bring him up. Finally locked in, ready to go. Two above with a 1. Oh, wait. Yeah. And a 268 with a 1. That is 19 below the index. Win goes to Aubrey by 2 thousandths of a second. Good race. Evan Groove dialed in 290 up against Derek Alejandro dialed in 320. And of course, as soon as he changes the dial, he runs a 309 with a 6, and that he would have won the race if he kept the 310. And a 294 with a 5 for Evan Groove. Evan Groove on to the next round. And here's 290 cars right here. Sean Richardson up against Randall Donovan, right-hand side with Fort Talladega. Sean Richardson with that 54 pickup. Last call, third call. Last and final call, third call for Super Comfortable Lanes, please. Tower side, please. Yeah, then we're just going to do some track cleanup after this. All right, so this should be neck and neck at the finish line. And they're about to go. Sean Richardson's going to take that stripe. Sean Richardson for the win. 294 with an 8. Beats a 301 with a 4. If he just dialed a 3 flat, he would have won the race. We'll see you in just a second. We're going to get the track cleaned up for Super Comp. Round number 1. All right, we'll see you in a second. And here we go. Super Comp round number 1. Ed Flacco kicking it off against Mark Wagon. .280 is their goal, just like Super Street. Let's see what Mark Wagon's going to have to do. Oh, wow, 286 to start it off. Not too bad for Super Comp, at least. All right, let's see what he can do. So Mark Wagon up next, the Super Comp division winner. He's going to be going down the right-hand side of the racetrack. Here we go. Looks pretty good. It's going to be a competition for sure. 272 with a 5. Just too quick. Win's going to go to Ed Flacco there. Next up, we have Parker Ryder against Fred Spencers. The first ever final round for Super Comp we've ever had. And Fred Spencers ended up winning. Fred Spencers is the one with the division champ, and that's his only win he's ever gotten. Parker Ryder with nothing. So let's see if Parker Ryder can redeem himself. Parker Ryder strikes the finish line. 284 with a 2. Pretty good run there. Fred Spencers is up next. Can he top it? All right, here comes Fred Spencers down the right-hand side. That looks pretty good as well. No, it's too quick. 271.8. The win goes Parker Ryder on to the next round. So if we look a year back, the first ever divisional we did for season 1, Brad Spencer's was the winner. This time, it's going to be Parker Ryder for the win in the first ever divisional race for season number 2. So things have changed. Jonah Jasper against Scott Marker. Jonah Jasper in the B dragster. Trying to find that 280. Just like everyone else. Let's see how good he can run it. Looks a little fast there. 270 with a 1. Scott Marker just has to beat that. Here goes Scott Marker's attempt. He has a lot of room to play around with. I think he has enough to do it. Speed it up just a hair. Oh no, it's fine. 276 with a 6 is good enough for the win. Scott Marker on to the next round. Next up, we got Xavier Brown and Bradley Pitt. We'll wait on them. Xavier Brown, Super Comp champion of Season 1 in the blacked out dragster. Going up against Bradley Pitt, coming up shortly after. Makes a pretty decent pass down the end. 276 with a 4. That's tough to beat. Let's see if Bradley can do it. All right, Bradley Pitt backing up now. Trying to beat that time there. Here we go. Bradley too slow. 298 with a 7. Come on, man. First call for Super Gas. First call, Super Gas. To the trackside staging lane. Super Gas. Trackside, please. Next matchup, AJ Pierce, Calvin Bradley. There goes AJ. Pretty clean pass down the racetrack. Probably quick, it looks like. God damn, yeah, it's quick. 259. Calvin Bradley has so much room to play around with. He just needs to just go down the racetrack and don't fuck this up. Up next, we have a pretty fun matchup as well. Joey Lotto and J.R. Clem. Second call for Super Gas. Second call, Super Gas. To the lanes, please. I'm exhausted. Slow it down, slow it down, slow it down, slow it down. He lost. Guys, I can't do this anymore. 255 with a 5, or with an 8. Are we serious? These guys make me mad. AJ Pierce with a lucky ass fucking pass to the next round. Here we go. Joey Lotto, J.R. Clem. J.R. Clem in the dragster, the national champ. He got his first ever first ever event win this season, the national event. Joey Lotto, division champ, I believe. Good dude right here. He's going to take the stripe. What the fuck? 250 and a 282. That's dead on 2. That's the best run so far. Dorcar wins it. I don't know what's going on with the dragsters. And there's more than one dragsters that have done that. And it's been back to back. So I don't really know what the issue is. Two more matchups over here. This one, we got Dallas White and Draft Lady Manatee. Dallas White in the all-white dragster. On the left-hand side. Dallas White runs a 272. And third call for Super Gas. All of you guys to trackside lanes, please, for your round number 1 of eliminations. Alrighty. After she goes down the finish line, we have one more match, and that's Ross Barbosa and Gabriela Sanchez. Slow it down, I think. Or maybe she's fine. I don't even know. Yeah, too quick. 263 with a 5. One goes Dallas White. Here comes Ross. Ready to go. Ross has a chance because we saw a lot of dragsters go really quick, and Gabrielle is a quick dragster, so maybe she can mess it up here. Give him the win because he's a little bit of a slower one. He's weird. He can be slow and fast, so I don't really know. So that gives us to our last final call for Super Gas. To the lanes, please. We need all of you, trackside. If you're not there, you are late. God damn, he's going to lose. 252 of the 2. We're going too quick. No, Gabriella just literally needs to slow down. Please, guys, slow down. Slow it down. Don't make the same mistake that Calvin Bradley did. Like, don't do that. Slow down. These guys cut it so close, too. My God, don't do that to yourself. Then we're on to Super Gas. And loses. 246. Guys, why are we so all over the place now? Well, Ross, you're on to the next round. Lucky you. First call for Super Stocks. Super Stock, Tower Side. Super Stock, get them on down. Get them on down. Round number 1, please. Here's Scott Burns, right-hand side. And Paul Wright on the left. This looks like a pretty good drag race. Oh no, he took the stroke. Wow! 599 with a 7 on the 6 index. And a 630 with a 3. He just kind of shot the bed there. Nice job from Scott Burns. On to the next round he goes. Giannomano Pasto, one-time national champ, one-time division champ, and the champion, season 1 champ of Super Gas. Up against Zane Dennis in the Corvette Roadster. Roadster versus Roadster here. One's a custom-built one. The other's a Corvette Roadster. Too quick for both, honestly. 569 with an 8 and a 587. All right, I believe these two cars are going to launch at the same time. Super Stock, first call of the lanes. Get them up here, please. First call for Super Stock. Right-hand side, got Tyler Toll up against left-hand side, Henry Renhood. Christine Monopasto in the Roadster against Jeff Wick in the Hot Rod, who has a national champ, first ever win in season 2. Or, well, first ever win ever. Here we go. Both very slow, but Jeff Wick for the win. On a super stock now. Jeff Wick also competing in Top Sportsman in the same event, so I wish him success in Super Gas, and I hope they get him out in Top Sportsman because I don't want him winning twice. All right, Eli Rage, left hand side, dialed in. 325 up against Kevin Johnson. Dial in 265. So this is a breakout class. So if you go too quick past your index, then you are out unless somebody else breaks out as well. 267 with a 2 and a breakout. So instantly just a win. Comp Eliminator. First call for you. Comp to the lanes, please. Bailey Clem, dialed in 310, up against Calvin Trask in the Gasser right-hand side, purple Gasser. Dialed in 276. So Comp Eliminator, first call. Trackside lanes, please. Comp Eliminator, trackside lanes. Wow, double breakout. But it's by... So Bailey Clem broke out by 1/1000th of a second, but he will still get the win, and a 273 with an 8 for Calvin Trask and the Gasser. So not terrible. And hold on one second. We are going to get people out of the way because they're telling us to hold for 1 second. Jafaro dialed in 279 up against Lucas Clark, dialed in 330. God damn, a huge breakout, 270 for Hortensia on the 279 and a 343 with a 7. The win goes to Lucas Clark. Man, I'll dial a 340 and call it that, or 335, I meant, sorry. Here goes King Stevenson, dialed in 285 in the right-hand side, and the white Dodge Dart up against Link Scottish, a two-time division champion and champion of Superstock. Dialed in 283. So they're pretty close together. $287 with a 9, $290 with a 7. Win goes to King Stevenson, wiping out the Season 1 Superstock champ. Second call for Comp Eliminator. Second call. We need more of you, way more of you. Second to almost third call for you guys. All right, William Carter, right-hand side. And the 64 Chevelle, dialed in 308 up against Dave Salem, dialed in 274. Two-time division champion, I think. He's won a lot of things in a row. Towards the end of Season 2. Breakout for both, but the breakout was a little bit better for Dave Salem, so he's on to the next round. 272 with a 1 on the 274. 299 with a 5 on the 308. He'll dial in 271 now. Brenda Goodwin, right-hand side, dialed in 280 up against Mantis, dialed in 282. Breakout. Brenda on to the next round. Her daughter's actually coming up in the next class. That's Haley Goodwin. And hold on one second as we once again are on hold. Something down there. Let's just take this time to pause real quick. Thank everybody coming out here. Hope everyone's enjoying the day so far. We'll be back in just a second. Much love for coming out, guys. Thank you. Chris Bellingham, left-hand side, dial 305. Up against Ernie Clem, dial 340. One above with a 3 and a breakout. 334 with a 6. So, win goes to Chris Bellingham. Good job there. Last up, Brett Jenkins, dial 287. Up against Shi Chung, dialed in 261 in that Volvo Gasser. It is quick. Third and final call for Comp Eliminator. You should all be there. We're missing like half the class, so please come on down. Breaks out by 7th thou for Shi Chung, but Brett Jenkins breaks out by more. Runs a 285 on the 287. So Shi Chung on the next round, she will dial 260 instead, and that is better for her. Alrighty. Comp Eliminator, third and final call. You better hurry the hell up because we're cleaning this racetrack right now. And you're up next for round 1 of eliminations. Top Dragster, you are on standby. Alrighty, we'll see you in just a second. First call for Top Dragster. We are ready to start comp in 1 minute. So get ready. Lock in. So first call for Top Dragster. First call. Top Dragster. To the lanes, please. Top Dragster. To the lanes, please. And we're backing out the water truck. And that gives us our cue. Comp Eliminator, round number 1. Dragster versus the car here. Tammy Rego. Dialed in 250 up against Josh Langer. Dialed in 260. So it's going to be a bracket race. No heads up. I don't even think there is a heads up race. I'm not going to lie. In the first qualifying session. But, or not the first elimination round. Finish line malfunction. 1 second. First call. Top Dragster. Get him down while you can. Everything's all fixed. And, of course, Josh Langer, 242. Way too quick on the 260. So Tammy Rego with an easy win there. Tammy Rego, 20 thou under the index. Gary White against Bear Alejandro. Bear Alejandro on the right, Gary White, your season 1 champion of Comp Eliminator, 1-time national event winner, and I believe 2-time division champ, or maybe 1 division champ. It's something. No, 1 division champ. Yeah, 1. Dead on 6 for Bear Alejandro and a 238 with a 5. Too slow for Gary White. Out the first round, just like that. Congrats to him. Good run. All right, Trey Baker in the B Dragster. Dialed in. 270 up against Cindy McIntosh. Dialed in 250 at the right-hand side. And her brother's actually right up next. $241 for Cindy McIntosh. Too quick, but not as quick as Trey Baker went. 253 with a 4. So Trey Baker's out of here. Cindy McIntosh will redial to 240. Tyler Patrick, left-hand side, up against Steve McIntosh. 260 dial for Tyler Patrick. Steve McIntosh dialed in 290. I think that car's gonna run quicker than 290. Second call, top dragster. Get him down, get him down. $263 with a 1, pretty good, and a 271 with a 3. Just too quick for Steve McIntosh there. Second call, top dragster, almost your third. Get him down. Rachel Black against Tyler Wilson. Tyler Wilson dialed 220 up against Rachel Black, obviously, in the purple dragster. Dialed in 270. Bit of a staying battle going on. $221 with a 6, $249 with a 5. Too quick. Got 3 more pairs to go. Here is Obo Mata with that quick front engine dragster. Dialed in 210. Up against Haley Goodwin on the right-hand side in the Pro Stock car. She's competing in comp. Got family racing, as we saw, Brenda Goodwin in Super Stock. Obviously, she races the Pro Stock category as well. She's dialed in 220. Here we go, the Pro Stock car against the dragster. Whoa there. A lot of smoke coming from the end. So a 212 with a 7 and a 217 with a 5. Too quick for Haley. Win goes to Obo Mata. And 1 second to check that out. That was coming from Haley's vehicle. Third call for top dragster. Make sure you're going there. And yeah, we have 2 more comp matchups to go. So we'll wait until that's cleared up. And yeah, see you in just a second. All right, And we resume. We got, hold on, Jake Smith and the Mustang, the division champ. Dialed in 270 up against Brad Pickett. Also has a division win, dialed in 250. So all going to be bracket races this time around. No heads-up races yet. I love when there's heads-up races. So awesome. 245 of the 5, 262. Too quick for both, but win's going to be Brad Pickett. Last but not least, Josh Fanto dialed 310 up against Lacey Wood. Dialed 260. This might be a good one. Dead on 3 and a 257 with a 6. That was a great run from both, but that was an even better run from Josh Fanto. Good run. Now we're moving on to Top Dragster. Alrighty. We begin. Top Dragster. Eric Duzman and Kyle Stars going at it. Eric Duzman, dial in 265. Has a division win under his belt. Hopefully he can get another one right here. Here he goes through the finish line. Gets Ooh, that's quick. 254 on the 265. So next up, Kyle Stars with his new blower on his car. It's pretty quick. Kyle Stars also dialed 265, and that's surprising because he can go way quicker. If Eric Duzman went like that, then he should go way quicker. So hopefully he slows it down enough. Oh, he ran slower. He runs a 270. It's good enough for the win. He's going to keep his, or no, he's going to change his dial to a 260. At least he wins the race. All right, here we go. Brittany Collins against David Hank. Division champ, Brittany Collins right here. David Hank has 2 division wins. We should start putting this in the tech sheet. Like I'm not going to remember all these division wins, guys. Brittany Collins dialed 250. Here we go. That's what I'm talking about. Quick speeds here. Whoop, whoop. Fast dragsters and top dragsters. I definitely love this class a lot. I wish we could see some side-by-side action, but obviously we can't because we don't have enough tires or whatever. It sucks. Here she goes through the finish line, gets 248 with a 7. That is 13th thou under the dial. Woo! Keeping it close. I'm liking the competition here. Here we go. David Hank up next. Dialed in 266. The Army veteran right here. He had the most points in Top Dragster until obviously until he lost the Top Dragster Championship. Let's see if he can try to go back there again. He has tough competition to beat. That's too quick. I already know that's too quick. All right. Wow, he ran quicker than her. All right, pal. What is going on? Brittany Collins for the win. Manny Silverman with his new blower now up against Bobby Sensins. And the B Dragster. Here we go. And he's dialed in 265. Oh, yeah, I forgot a lot of them are. Is Bobby Sensins as well? Oh, Bobby Sensins is also dialed as 266. So far, a clean pass. That looks like it. No, a little too quick. 254 with the 4. Here goes Bobby Sensins. Ready to go down. Top sportsman, you're on standby. Your lanes are open, so if you want to head to him, you can. Top sportsman, your lanes are now open. 266 dial from Bobby Sensins. Let's see what he can do. Bobby Sensins looks quick as well. 255. That's going to cut it close. Hold on. That's actually really close. But I think it was actually Manny Silva. I got to do math. Yeah, he did win it. He did. On to the next round. Bobby Sensins, too quick. And we're going to be on hold for just a second as we're going to check the starting line. Let's give it a good sweep. So 1 second. Daniel Tusk and Martin Judge going at it. Daniel Tusk dialed at 280, our slowest top drag extra time. I don't think he's around 280, but okay. Whatever you say, pal. It's not 280. 266 with a 7. Martin Judge has to beat that. So hold on, Top Sportsman. We're gonna have our lunch break at 1 o'clock. So we're not gonna have time to squeeze you in. So we're just gonna wait after that. What time? Oh yeah, no time to fit you guys in. All right. Martin Judge dialed 255. And I think he can actually run this too. This might be a good dialing. That looked quick. That looked too quick. 244 with a 5s. I don't know. Yeah. That's good enough to win it though. Yeah. Martin Judge for the win there. Nice. 248 is his new dial now. Kai Kashi and Megan Clyde. Next up. So, Top Sportsman. I mean, once again, your lanes are open trackside, but we're going to take a 30-minute lunch break. So we'll probably be back at 1:30. Make sure you guys are in the lanes by 1:30, please. If you're not, then you're going to be late and we're going to race without you. That simple. All right. Takashi dialed in 270. All right, pal. You're not running 270. I would love to see you try to run 270. I would be very impressed. Gonna be way too quick. Oh, actually not that bad. 261 for Kai Kashi. And Megan Clyde now on the right side of the racetrack. Megan Clyde, the Nike employee. Really? What the hell? 1,275. We probably could have fit Top Sportsman, but too bad. We'll have to wait. The suspense, I guess. All right, Megan Clyde, 275 down. Let's go. That's too quick. 252 with a 9. When goes Kaikashi there? All right. Kaikashi can jump to a 260 instead of a 270. All right. Max Taylor now up next. Also dial 275 up against Jack Smith. $266, not bad. Jack Smith has to beat that now. Jack Smith, oh boy, he's done. He did not change his dial yesterday. He still has his 315. Well, that's just an automatic win for Max Taylor, unless somehow he can slow it down that much. Oh boy. Damn, that sucks. That really sucks. Now he sees it, and now Jack Smith realizes his mistake. He's either trying to slow it down or just getting it over with. He's not going to get that 315 there. That sucks. That really sucks. Look, he's going to try to slow down right here. And you can't. I don't even think he tried. 260 with the 1. Two more pairs to go. Gerald Spectral and Amber Hiddings. $260 for Gerald Spectral. He'll be facing the top dragster Season 1 champion Amber Hiddings. Oh man, drifting a little bit. Actually, that doesn't look too bad at the end. 271 with a 9 on the 260. Amber Hiddings up next. Dialed in 269. Here goes Amber Hiddings. And then we have one last matchup. James Friend and Tina Barnstormer. And that's going to do it. Then we're on lunch break. And yeah, we could have not squeezed Top Sportsman in. That looked really quick. Got the win. Amber Hiddings. Just way too quick there. Win goes to Gerald Spectral there. Remember, Top Sportsman, be ready. Beating the lanes by 1:30, please. 1:30 is your cutoff, and that's when we're going to start back up around that time. So please be in the lanes by 1:30. And then actually bring up the car. I would bring up the cars now, then go get something to eat on lunch break. Today's special is sandwiches. We got sandwiches today. We were cooking Chinese food yesterday. Now we got some sandwiches. Make sure to get that club sandwich. I would recommend it. That's what I'm about to order when I'm off the clock for a little bit. So make sure to check out those concessions, or just have the normal pizza that we usually have, but there's a lot of different kinds. Make sure to check that out. I want that taco truck to be back, but sadly it's not. So even that ice cream truck that Shi Chung was running, that was awesome. There was some good ice cream in there too. There was a lot of stuff. Those food trucks need to come back. Anyways, James Friend dialed in 260. And then Tina Barnstormer will follow him after, and we'll see who wins. That is very quick. 245 with a 3. Tina Barnstormer running 265. Let's see what she does. I think top dragsters did not get adjusted to how fast they're going to be. That's why you guys see them going way quicker than their dial. Tina Barnstormer dialed 265, and we'll get the show on the road, or The break on the road, I meant. Here she goes. That looked pretty decent. And it was 256 with a 5. She's going to dial in 255 next round. That's going to be a huge improvement. All right. Well, we will see you after the break. 1:30, we will resume. We are going to get Top Sportsman round number 1 on the road. We'll see you then. Hope everyone's having a good day. And we're signing off for now. See you later. And here we go. Top sportsman qualifying round elimination round number 1. Top alcohol funny cars. Tower side lanes for your round 1 of eliminations, please. All right. Brendan Lotus and Jeff Wick. Jeff Wick in the right-hand side, down 277 up against Brendan Lotus in the Pro Stock truck, dialed in 302. Both ran horribly. A 3 flat with an 8 for Jeff Wick. And a 320 with a 5. The win still goes to Brendan Lotus. I don't know what exactly happened there. He'll do a 315. Next up, Luke Scott, right-hand side. Luke Scott dialed in 295 up against Bird in the left-hand side. Dialed in 270. Luke Scott, the division winner, right-hand side as well. 1 above with a 7 for Luke Scott. And a 281 with a 4 for Bird. Not bad, but it's going to not be enough for the win. He needed to go a little quicker. So Michael Scott. Nope. Why do I keep saying Michael Scott? Oh, yeah. Somebody named Michael Scott that I know. That's why. But yeah, Luke Scott for the win. On to the next round. Michael Speedster against Fire Tire. He's dialed in 310. Michael Speedster's dialed in 275. Michael Speedster with a 282. It's still going to be good enough for the win. And a 298 with a 6. So for Fire Tire, he goes way too quick. Michael Speedster on to the next round. Michael Speedster going to change his dial to a 280. Horse Stang, the 2-time division champ. Second call for top alcohol funny car. Tower side. Top alcohol funny car. To the lanes, please. We need you. Against Steve Williams in the MSD Pro Mod car. Horse Stang, dialed in 290. And Steve, dialed in 318. $293 with a 4, $315 with a 3. 34 above the index. And alcohol. I'm still trying to do math because I'm slow. And 37 above the index by 3 thousandths of a second. Wind goes to horse thing. And 1 second is MS. They're going to look at something because I think MSD left something behind. Some rubber, debris, whatever it is. We'll sit here, wait patiently. Won't take too long. It'll take about a couple minutes. Oh, wait, no. That's 27 thousandths of a second off his 318 dial. MSD for the win. I almost gave the win to the wrong person. He's going to bump it up to a 317. Hey, that can't hurt, so that's nice. So top out call, funny car, second to almost third call. Make sure you get up there while you can. And now first call for top out call dragster on the tower side, please. Top out call dragster on the tower side, please. We're going to continue now. Titan Ram on the left-hand side, division champ. And the White Mustang up against another division champ, Greg Sparkling on the right-hand side. Greg Sparkling, dialed in 307. Up against the Titan Ram, dialed in 292. That Mustang's cool. Probably one of my favorites in the class. $299 with a 9 for Titan Ram and a 309 with a 2 for Greg Sparkling. The win goes to him. And now he's going to bump it up to a 308. So he's just going to bump it up by 1. And I just lost him. Oh, there he is. All right. Grimace McDonald in the left-hand side up against Jet Spiegel in the right-hand side. His first ever Top Sportsman race right here. Actually, both their first Top Sportsman races. 280 dial for Grimace McDonald. Jet Spiegel dial 270. So a tenth of a second separated. Bit of a staging battle. I mean, they're both a little nervous to get in. It's their first competition in these classes. Grimace McDonald is your top alcohol funny car champion of season 1. Oh, what the hell? He goes too quick. 264 with a 7 for Grimace McDonald and 5 below the index. 265 with a 9. Or 269 with a 5. I flip-flopped the numbers. Yeah, but as I was saying, Grimace McDonald, I believe, with 1 Super Gas division win, 2 divisional wins with Top Alcohol Funny Car, and once again, the Season 1 champ of Top Alcohol Funny Car. Crazy track record. So final call for Top Alcohol Funny Car. You should all be there. And second call for Top Alcohol Dragster. To the lanes, please. Wow, that was embarrassing. National champ right here on the right-hand side, Brian Chains, dealt 265 in the Camaro, up against the Moon Eyes Volkswagen race car, dealt in 270 on the left-hand side. Looking pretty good. Dead on 3. And that scoreboard is coming out blurry, so 1 second as we fix that. By 0.003 of a second, he ran 6 below the index, 294 with a 6. 269 with a 4 on his 270. Pretty impressive, close race, but Brian Chains just does it better. So he's on to the next round. And then Super Street, you'll be on standby. We have plenty of ways to go, I'm just saying. Be ready to make that jump to the lanes. All right. Deborah Alejandro, right-hand side. 260 on the number. Up against Trey Bullitt on the left-hand side. The green Corvette there. Dialed in. Can't even find him. Uh, 285 dial. Two above with a 3 and a 278 with a 1. Too fast. Deborah is on to the next round. Just going to spray some water in the water box, and we're going to start top alcohol funny cars. Eliminations and then following after top alcohol dragsters. Should be an exciting show. 4 funny cars and 5 top alcohol dragsters. So, second call for top alcohol dragsters, please. Head to the lanes, tower side. Thank you. All right, so we're about to run these guys right now. So we're all set. Riley Cox against John Toney. John Toney has not been able to make a full pass. Not figuring out the racetrack enough. Riley Cox, division champ in top alcohol funny car, trying to make it her second ever win. She's the number 1 qualifier against tied with third is John Toney. Does not have a slip. Riley's fastest run of the event was a 5:62 with a 3. The record for top alcohol funny car is set by Ozzy Morin, 5:56 with a 9. I think she's going to get past this first round, but having problems all the way through. Riley with a 5:54 with a 3. Riley has the record. Riley Cox. Now she can be up there with her brother holding the record, 5:53 or 5:54 with a 3, excuse me. Just broke that record. Nicely done. Oh yeah, I forgot. So yeah, on to the final round. And who will it be against? Well, that is obviously fastest ET of the event, obviously, because it's the fastest ET ever recorded on a top alcohol funny car. The THRE record is now 5:54 with a 3. We'll see you back for the next and final round of, or no, the final race of the first round of top alcohol funny cars. Who will join her in the final? Will it be Plano Genma or will it be Ozzy Morton? We'll find out next. Top alcohol dragster, your final call. You should all be there. Here we go. Last race here. Ozzy Morton, left-hand side. The previous record holder before her. Taking on Plano Genmet in the right-hand side. He's been struggling. He has not made a full pass. He was tied at third place. Your second place qualifier is Ozzy Morton, left-hand side right there. Let's see if Plano could get to the end, first off. Second off, can he defeat Ozzy Morton while doing it? It is pretty unlikely for that, I think. Jay Van Cox said he's looking to break his previous record from yesterday. Oh boy. I love the people at the THRE. Oh my god. I thought that record could have never got broken, but it did. Plano stays with him. Plano doesn't even get to the end. Too much. He had a good run going. 564 with a 1. That's a great pass. It should keep it close. It's not going to be enough to beat Riley Cox, though. Not a bad run from Plano. Just got squirrely at the end, and he shut it off in fear, because I would too. Just to be safe. But it does cost him the competition, though. We all could have expected that, though, to see him. But, all right, Javian Cox. Up next. Remember, he's trying to set a record, so see what he does here. All right, we'll be back in just a second when we get the all clear. Gonna make sure Plano's all right. Should be close for the final round at least. We'll see what happens. All right, see you in a second. Let's call Super Street. First call to the All righty. See what happens. Javian Cox, he's trying to set a record on this solo attempt. With the blower car. So Super Street, second call. Get them on up. Get them on up because we're going to call another class as well. Here we go. All eyes on the racetrack. Wow, it looks pretty quick. Probably not the record. 5:49 with a 7. Good pass. Not, once again, not going to be the record. A fast pass, though. Good run from Javian Cox there. That was your number one qualifier for the bye run. Next run will be the bye run. Well, the race for the bye run. Up here right now. Super Straight second call. Make sure you're all up. You guys are already up. We have all 5. Stock eliminator, trackside lanes, please. Stock eliminator for your round number 3. Stock eliminator, round number 3. So it looks like everybody that had the lane choice is choosing that left lane. So this should be interesting. Here's Derek Toney. He did not make a full pass down the racetrack. That racing team is just struggling altogether there. Winner of this is going to get the bye run, like I said. But it's probably going to be David Morton here because I do not see Derek Toney making it down to the end. Never mind beating David Morton. It seems very unlikely. Both getting staged in. He does not make it down at the end. A 5:55 with a 1. Not bad. He's kind of like chasing behind them. Or chasing behind Javian Cox. Like, almost. He gets the bye run automatically onto the final round. That's actually the most important part. Not the bye run. Is you are going to the final round. So we will see him there. Now, this race is going to see who takes on Javian Cox. I have a feeling we already know what the final is going to be like, but I don't know. We'll see you guys in just a sec. All right, both of these cars have been struggling to make it down to the end. Actually, Tim Larson did one time. So Tim Larson is in third, and Joe Johnson tied in fourth. So Tim Larson chose this lane. And you see Antonio Larson over there, who usually drives their funny car. Did not bring the funny car today. He's going to help out his dad try to get this top alcohol dragster into the winner's circle. Third and final call. Oh, wait, we have Super Street. Second call for stock. Actually, third call. Just hurry up and get them in, please. Actually, I think we have all of you as well. Super Comp first call. Super Comp first call to the tower side. Only your first call. Super Comp. First call to the lanes, please. Here we go. I'm interested. Tim Larson will not get there. Not a full pass. The final is set for top alcohol dragster and funny car as well. None of them make it to the end. We're going to wait till we have a green light to go, and we're going to start off with Ron Harvey's Byron. He's automatically in the semifinals. So we'll see you in a sec. Ron Harvey ran dead on the number for his first run, Super Street eliminations. Then he ran dead on 3 on the index. Let's see what he can do here. He can't get eliminated here, so let's just see what he does. And surprisingly, a 2 above, so a 282 on the 280 is his worst run somehow. Off to the semifinal he goes. And it's going to be against one of these guys. Second call for Super Comp. Second call, Super Comp. To the lanes, please. Here's the national champ, the most recent champion, or not champion, but winner of Super Street is Patrick Chung against Mickey Sr. Here we go, neck and neck. And wow, he gets it done. This is going to be an interesting match. 4 under the index for Patrick Chung and a dead on, or a 2 above with an 8 for Mickey Sr. He sadly lost that race. He's going to have to try another competition, but great job from the both of them. And here we go. The ticket to the final round. Malcolm Nicholson or Ben Charlotte. Ben Charlotte taking the lead. Dead on 4. Look at that run. Super comp. Third call to the lanes. I think we have all of you. Nice. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys hustling to the lanes. Look at Ben Charlotte. On to the final. It's going to be an interesting final against Ben Charlotte. Both of these 3 racers, or the 3 racers that are in Super Share right now are tough. Sean Richardson on the right-hand side in the 54 pickup against Tony 30 Acre left-hand side. Dialed in 270. Wow! A 273 with a 6 for Tony 30 Acre, but a dead on 7 for Sean Richardson. What a run. On to the semis he goes. Evan Groove, dialed in 290. Up against Aubrey Williams, the 2-time national champ, 1-time division champ in the right-hand side, and the Camaro, 2018 Camaro, dialed in 270. A 273 with a 6 and a 299 with a 1. That's not going to cut it. If he dialed a 3 flat, he would have taken out Aubrey Williams. First call for Super Gas. First call, Super Gas to the lanes. Vince Burns and Nathan Lopez. Nathan dialed 330 up against Vince Burns in his orange Mustang left-hand side, dial 360. Here we go. Eight thou under the index for Vince Burns and a 335 with a 6, just too slow. What a win. He did not leave a window at all. What a win for Vince Burns. Oh, yeah, so Super Gas first call. Super Gas. First call in the lanes. All righty. Then we're going to get... Actually, no, we're not. We're going to do Super Compline, maybe clean up. $320 for Zay Lawrence. 3 and a 310 for Rob Tango. And 4 thou below the index for Zay Lawrence taking the win. Too slow. 47 above the 310 dial-in for Rob Tango. What an absolute... This is such a great stock limiter Final Four we have. Xavier Brown going up against Ross Barbosa, your Season 1 champion right here. One-time national event winner. And now you can just see the pits kind of getting a little bit more empty because drivers are starting to pack things up and leave. That means we are close to getting this thing done. Super gas. Second call to the lanes. Trackside, super gas. We need you to the lanes, please. Ugh, too quick. 264 with a 3. Ross cuts things close. He needs to not do that. Just get over the finish line easy, and that can be a nice win. And then we got Dallas White and Joey Lotto, the door car and the dragster matchup. Oh, slow it down, man. Slow it down. Lost the race. You went too quick. Second call for super gas. Second call, super gas. To the lanes, please. Track side, please. Track side. I'm excited to see the door car. He ran 2 above last round. Pretty impressive. And he's up against Dallas White in the all-white dragster. Joey Lotto on the right-hand side of the hot rod. Dragster's going to take the stripe too quick. 260 with a 9, 285 with a 7. Door car for the win. Looks like he's doing pretty good. So third and final call for super gas, super stock, tower side lanes, please. First call for super stock. First call to the lanes, tower side. Second as we get things cleared up here. So we're just going to go ahead and clean up the track in the middle of the class. So it looks like they want to do it now. We're just going to cut super comp in half for a second. I mean, that does give you time to go to the lanes. So come on. Super stock, tower side, third and final call for super gas, track side. We'll be back in a few minutes. Ed Flacco against AJ Pierce. And then we have Parker Ryder and Scott Marker and Parker Ryder. Parker Ryder will go last. So, Super Gas, you're on your third call. Remember, get to the lanes. Super Stock, second. You're almost to your second call, so get there while you can. We have like half the class, I think, which is good. Keeping things moving. That looks too fast. And it is 260 with a 7. All right. Slow it down, man. Still got the win by 13 thou. These people got it too close. I don't know what's going on. On our last matchup, Scott Marker and Parker Ryder. So second call for Super Stock. Super Gas, your absolute final call. If you're not already there, then shame on you. Which I think we do have everyone there, so that's good. That is way too quick. What are we doing? 266 with a 9. That's a little bit better than most people, surprising. Oh my god. And Parker Ryder coming up next. See what Parker Ryder can do. Hopefully he can slow it down enough. That looks even quicker than his. He couldn't slow it down at all. 265. Yeah. Wow. Lost it. And just 1 second, we're going to spread a little bit of water on that shit. And then we're going to start Super Gas and Super Stock. So, Comp Eliminator, you are on standby. Standby. Comp Eliminator, be ready to get up on those lanes. We'll see you in just a sec. All right, now we just, just look at the starting line, make sure everything is all ready. So we got the cue to push everything back, and now we have actually a crazy super gas match. This is a rematch of the national event that we had, our first event of season 2. Rematch of the final round. That is Jeff Wick and DJ Willis. Here we go. And first call, comp eliminator, track side. First call for comp eliminator. You should be able to wrap this thing up by 5 pretty easily. So that's good. DJ Willis going to take the stripe. It's not worth it, even though our finish line isn't working. 6:04 with a 7 for the win for Jeff Wick. We'll get that fixed in a second. So we'll be on pause again. See you in a sec. Back on and ready to go. So it looks like Jeff Wick is a better racer than DJ Willis. I'm just kidding, that's mean. But first call, comp eliminator, get him down the trackside, please. Trackside lanes. Scott Burns and Hank Wrights. He's going to take the stripe. 5.99 with a 4. 6 thou under the index. And a 6.12 with a 1. That's not good enough. Look at that. On to the next round. On to the semis. All right. Jenna Monoposto, your Season 1 champion right here, up against Henry Redhood. Trying to catch him, cannot. 6:09 with a 3. Wipes out Jenna Monoposto, 6:15. She held back and she knew it. Second call. Comp eliminator, get him down. Comp. Use to the lanes, please. Torn Steel, let it go. Oh, he was right. 599 with a 7-3 foul under the index. And hold on 1 second before we start. Let me get the Super Gas bracket ready. So it's going to be Torn Steel against Henry Renhood. Yeah, and then Jeff Wick and Scott Burns will battle it out for the semifinals. That is nice. Alrighty. That's how it's going to go. But 1 second. Let me get that in, and we will start Super Stock in a minute. 1 minute. And Top Dragster, you're on standby. On the way to Super Stock now. Shi Chung dialed in 260 up against Dave Salem in the 70 Chevelle, dialed in 272. Oh, 271. Okay, my bad. What happened? 267 with a 9 and a 279.9. 79 above the index. And 89 above the index. So Shi Chung on to the next round, though. Still beats him. Left-hand side, we have Bailey Clem. Dialed in 310. Up against also a 310, right? Or no, like a 305 or something. What is it? Oh, skipped it. Chris Bellingham. Dialed in 305. So pretty close, but not the same. I thought it was going to be the same dial, but either way, pretty close race to the end. Here we go. 313 with a 9 and a 347. If they had both dialed 310, the win would have went to Chris Bellingham, but he did not. Win goes to Bailey Clem. First call for Top Dragster. Tower side. First call, Top Dragster. Here we have Brenda Goodwin up against King Stevenson. King Stevenson dialed in 285 up against Brenda's 280. Also, another close race to the finish. We'll see who gets it done. Both messed up. Hold on. 280. Before we start the next race, 289 with a 9, and also a 297 with a 7. Brenda still gets it done. She's 99 above the index. Let me do the math for this one. Yeah, so she'll get it done. That is weird. We're just going to fix something real quick. Make sure we have this. Okay, we're all set. Once this resets, we will get the next pair on, which is going to be Kevin Johnson and Lucas Clark. Alrighty, Kevin Johnson dialed in 265 up against Lucas Clark, dialed in 335. Lucas Clark has not been doing the best, but anyways, one second. We just need King Stevenson to move, please. Yep, he's been out of the way. 267 with a 7 and a dead on 5. The inconsistent king takes out Kevin Johnson. What an upset. He should have been dialing those. Even if he did dial a 267, he still would have got beat. Wow. Alrighty, well, we're going to get comp going. Top dragster, second call, top dragster. We need you to the lanes, please. Top dragster to the lanes. All right. Comp eliminator time. Here we go. Got Tammy Rego dialed in 250 in her Dodge Charger up against Beryl Alejandro, dialed in 240 or 250. That would have been heads up race. Oh wait, no, it is right. No, oh, he's dialed in 240. Frick. God damn it. Yeah, 240. Whatever. Yep. Camargo 250. Damn. That sucks. I wanted to see a heads-up race. I don't think we are. Bear, way too quick. Wait, but 1 second. So Bear Alejandro won that race because she went too quick. So something's going on again with this, whatever you call it, the finish line. So we're gonna get get that taken care of, and then we'll see you in a sec. Okay, I thought our stream just ended. All right, we're good. So I already came on here and said it. Bear Alejandro won the race. Top sportsman, you're on standby. All right. Ja Fento, right hand side, dialed in 310, up against Tyler Patrick, dialed in 260 in his comp car on the left hand side. Drag server's car here. Let's go. Wow, 2 above with a 5 and a 281.5. Tyler Patrick is close to going to super comp. That could have been a good run. You should think about that, honestly. Like, I'm not even trying to joke around. Like, he might actually be good in the class. Tyler Wilson, new to comp. He's still in. 220 dial up against Cindy McIntosh, left hand side. Dial 240. Damn. So there is still a chance for a heads-up race. And we have the two dragsters going up against each other as well. The two high school best friends that built both of these cars. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of rooting for Cindy McIntosh just because I want to see them go against each other, and I think they would if she wins. Nope, not gonna win against an almost perfect time. 2:19 with a 9. 1,000th of a second away from being perfect. Also, Brad Pickett could have also raced Tammy. That would have also been a heads-up race. I want to see people go, I don't know. Obo Matad out them 310, and he's down 250. Oh, Tammy would have won that race, though. She was way too quick. So top dragster, third and final call. You should all be up. I think everybody is. So I'm not worried about that. Okay. Wow. A 4 above with a 2, but a 1 above with an 8. Brad on to the next round. 251 with an 8. Nicely done. And that's going to conclude it. On to top dragster now. Top sportsman. Let's get you to the lanes there now. First call for top sportsman. To the lanes, please. Manny Silverman dialed 255. And he's going to be hitting up against Martin Judge, dialed 248. They looked a little slow. Oh, man, 271. Why are we heading in the opposite direction? Why can we never stay consistent? Martin Judge getting his car ready. $248. Quick number. One of our quickest dials in the class right now. So first call, top sportsman. Top sportsman. To the lanes, please. Top sportsman. To the lane. Here he goes, right down Broadway. 243 with a 7. That's a quick pass. It's good enough for the win. I mean, wow. Nice one. Martin Judge flying down there. He'll choose a 245 dial to bump it up a bit. Nice one. Nicely done. Hiking it all the way to the top end. Doing a great job on gliding through the air. Nice pass. A very good job by him. Kaikashi dialed in 260. Up against Tina Barnstormer. So we're going strong. Right after this, we're getting into everyone's semifinals. So make sure you guys are ready to bring them back around. And Super Street, you're on standby. So are you, Stock Eliminator. Here goes Kaikashi. Dead on 7 for Kaikashi. Tina Barnstormer. Oh, fuck. Tina, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. God damn. I think, I'm not trying to jinx anything, but I think that is safe to lock in for going to the next round. Kaikashi drops it dead on the nose with a 7. Tina. Imagine Tina just wins this. She's dialed in 255. I don't know. All right, I don't know if Tina's going to do this, but come on, Tina. This will be so clutch. If Tina wins this, I'll actually, you know me, I'll start getting excited and I'll do my usual thing of yelling and whatever. Oh my goodness, like all that bullshit. So, can she do it? Probably not. She's just going to go for it. Here we go. That didn't look terrible, though. It looked too quick. Oh my god, 245 with a 5. She probably knew it was just over. Whatever. Not bad. Not a bad performance at all. All right, here we go. Kyle Starr's up next, up against Brittany Collins, the division champ. Kyle Starr's trying to get his first ever win. This is his second top dragster he's been through with a new blower. Very quick machine. I'm surprised he's not pushing out faster numbers, to be honest. He's dialed as a 260. Why? Push it. Do like a 240. You're capable of those numbers. For sure. Look at that track. Why? It's scaring me. That's how much energy I feel from it, The aura. No, I'm just kidding. But, I mean, you gotta, you can't be doing that, though. You gotta run a faster number, not 260. That look quick. 252 with a 4. He's gonna change his dial. He's gonna change his dial anyway. He's gonna change it to a 245. And now we're gonna check out Brittany Collins here and see what she can do on her dial. Brittany Collins getting her car started up. That giant wing on the top of that car. A lot of customization. Brittany Collins, dialed in. 250. That's her kind of number for sure. Probably quicker, to be honest with you. No, I definitely think she's capable, obviously. Look at that. Nice and clean down the racetrack. Oh. 260 with a 7. That is not her number. Kyle Starks won the race. Bro. Are you serious? Come on. What the fuck? First call for Super Street and Stock Eliminator. Tower side of the lanes, please. Super Street and Stock Eliminator semifinal rounds. Get paired up at the tower side of the lanes. Quick, please. Last but not least, Gerald Spectral and Max Taylor. All right. Gerald Spectral dialed in 260. Max Taylor's dialed in, not this again. 275. Come on, man. You're faster than 275. But okay. Finals will be ran at 4 o'clock. Wow, 253 with an 8 on the 260. So let that be known. Final rounds will be ran at 4 o'clock. Max Taylor, dialed at 275. I don't think he's going to run that at all, or I guess we're about to find out. That seems too quick to me, pal. And it is. Win goes Gerald Spectral. Starting now with Top Sportsman. Two of my favorite cars. Probably ever. Michael Speedster. On the right, dialed 280. Up against the MSD Pro Modified car, Steve Williams, dialed in 317. Alrighty. $278, so that's 20 thou below. And a 321 with a 5. So the win goes Michael Speedster on to the semifinals. Luke Scott, the left-hand side, dialed 295 up against Deborah. And the GTR dialed in 26. No. What was it? Hello. I'm trying to look for your name, please. Dialed in 260. Got it right. $258 with a 2 beats the 291 with a 2. Too slow. First call for Super Comp. Get him up, get him up, get him up. Super Comp to the staging lanes, please. National champ over here. Brian Chains ran a dead on 3 last time. Impressive. Up against Jet Spiegel. Oh, I love that name. And his car is pretty nice, too. That Thunderbird is clean. Spiegel dialed in 270 up against Brian Chains. Dialed in 265. This should be an interesting match. Remember, Super Comp. First call to the lane. Super Comp. Get him up. Trackside. To the lanes, please. Also, actually, Super Gas as well. Super Gas and Super Comp. First call to the lanes. 262 with a 6. And a 268 with a 4. Win goes. Wait, Spiegel is 16 under. And he is 24 under. He's 16 under. Win by 8 thou goes to Jet Spiegel. So he's on to the next round. So wow, Deborah and Jet Spiegel were both 18 under their dial, and Michael Speedster was under by 20 thou. So they're all with like 2 thousandths within each other in their dial. So it's close. Here's Greg Sparkling, the division champ on the right-hand side in the Corvette 308 dial, up against Brendan Lotus in the Pro Stock truck. Dialed in 315. You ran pretty bad last time, so hopefully you can better this up. You kind of got a lucky win. Second call to the lanes. Wow, 306 with a 7 and 2 thou under the index, 314 with an 8 for Brendan Lotus on the 315. He's on to the next round. He will be going up against Michael Speedster, Pro Stock against Pro Stock, and Jet Spiegel and Deborah, who both did 18 under the index. They are going to have a close battle, and that's all going to come up next in the Top Sportsman semi-final. We're going to get this track cleaned up for these guys. And we will see you guys for that. So second call, actually third call now, Super Comp and Super Gas, trackside lanes, please. All right, now first call for Super Stock semifinals. Get them back around, please. Super Stock. We need you to trackside lanes. Yes. So Super Stock, first call. Bring him up to the lanes. We'll be done with the track in just 2 more minutes. So we will see you in a couple minutes. All right, Super Street semifinals. All set with the racetrack. Let's begin. So starting off with the bye run. Ben Charlotte, the national champ, running pretty damn good. Let's see what he runs. He's going to take the test hit, and he'll come back at 4 o'clock to run all the finals. The goal is 280 for all these cars in the class. Let's see what he just puts down. This doesn't really count, so he can do whatever. 272 with the 7. It's a little too quick. And now here it comes. Who will be going against him? Will it be the most recent winner, Patrick Chung on the left-hand side, or will it be Ron Harvey, who's been running very, very good all day? His first run was a dead-on picture-perfect run, 2.800. His next run was a dead-on 3, and then his worst run of the day, which was a 2 above the index. That is crazy. So, here we go. Who is ready for the final round? Let's see. Side by side, he's going to take the stripe too quick. 278 with a 3 and a 279.6. Ron Harvey. On to the final round. Check it out. Alrighty, there you have it. There's your set final round. We'll see him back at 4. But we still got stuff to get through. Here's Stock Eliminator semifinals. Alrighty, here we go. Sean Richardson, right-hand side, down 290, up against Zay Lawrence with his Chevy Nomad. Oh, it's second call for Super Stock as well. Second call, Super Stock to trackside lanes. Here we go. Right down Broadway they go. 2 above with a 1. And is that a tie? Are we serious? And 2 under with a 1. Right? That's a tie. God damn, a tied race. Well, what the fuck? God damn. All right, so it looks like we're still on Super Stocks, or we're still on Stock Eliminator semifinals, it looks like, because they just tied. Wow. Well, they'll be coming around later on, though. We'll give them a break. Aubrey Williams and Vince Burns right here. Aubrey Williams, dialed in, 270. Up against Vince Burns, dialed 360. He's been running pretty good all day. We'll have to see what he puts down right here. Here we go. Who's going to go to the final round? 268 with a 6, 256 with a 2. It's just too quick for Vince Burns. Aubrey Williams, the 2-time national champ, 1-time division champ. Oh, yeah, also a quick stat about her. She won the first event for season 1 and also won the first event for season 2. That son of a bitch. And she might be on a hot streak. She's going to she automatically goes to the final. We're going to rerun those two. So comp eliminator, first call for you, tower side, and third call for stock. So nope, not stock, super stock to the lanes, trackside lanes, super stock, third call to the lanes. Super comp, the 280 index. Joey Lotto right hand side, and your 2024-2025 season 1 champ, Xavier Brown right here on the black dragster. Gets ahead, 256 is too quick. Joey Lotto on to the final round. The dragsters are all going too quick today. Maybe we could have another door car, and maybe it can be Joey Lotto's second win of his career. That door car, man, don't underestimate it. So second call, comp eliminator. Let's go. Let's get him up. And top dragster, you're on standby. So get ready to go to the tower side lanes, but not yet. All right, so the tied race in stock will be raced at 340 is when the tied race is going to be raced. So probably after we're done Top Sportsman. $265. We got to tone it down. That's not. I mean, considering that's not bad considering what everyone else has ran today, but just slow it down, man. And Scott Marker trying to beat that. And we got Super Gas, Super Stock. You should be up there. Comp, third and final call for comp. First call for top dragster, tower side. First call for top dragster. Get over there while you can, please. Or I guess first call though. I mean, I'm like sound like I'm rushing them a little bit much, but and he goes. He lost it. He needs to slow it down. The final round will be AJ Pierce, his second final round of the season, actually, and probably ever. He had a final round against J.R. Clem, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. But he will be going up against Joey Lotto, the door car. He needs to slow it down beforehand. Scott Burns. Look at these. I love these cars. Both Top Sportsman cars as well. That's probably why I like them. But they also run super gas as well. Jeff Wick, the national champ at the start of the season. His first ever win up against Scott Burns, who is recently joined the THRE. A bit of a staging battle going on. And might have let it go too early. Got it. 595 with an 8, 620 with a 3. That is the end of Jeff Wick. We could potentially see his first. Wait, did he race the last event? Yeah, he did. Maybe he could get a trophy into his hands right now. Actually, well, at 4 o'clock, actually. So it's official now. After Top Sportsman, we'll just call the pair back. They'll race, and we'll see who wins that. Hopefully, it's not another fucking tie. And now we got Torn Steel and Henry Renhood. Who will go against Scott Burns? Here we go. Trying to catch up with him. 582 with a 1, 586 with a 7. It's good enough. Torn Steel is in a final round. So, Top Sportsman, you're on standby. Once I call you, you have to go to the lanes. Like, book it. Well, not book it to the lanes, but, like, get to the lanes. You know what I mean? 335 dial for Lucas Clark. Up against the 310 dial from Bailey Clem. And both of them too slow. But the win will go to, come on, please, Bailey Clem. Will get it done. Just way too slow for both, but so Bailey Clem will bump it up to a 315, and that's how it's gonna be against either Brenda Goodwin or Shi Chung in the Volvo Gasser. Nerves are set. These guys are very good. Shi Chung dialed in 260. Up against Brenda Goodwin as a 280. So a split second separated between the two. Here we go. Two above with a 1 and a 3 above, 9,000th of a second. Shi Chung going to, I believe, her third career final round. Good job to her. Let's just spray a little bit of water on the track for comp eliminator. Actually, hold on. We're actually going to just do a quick sweeping job because we do see some shit we don't like. So hold on 1 second. Comp eliminator. Here we go. So, okay. So, I want to give the drivers more of a break. So, 420. Haha. 420. Nice time. 420. All classes. All of you. We need every single final round to the lanes. If you're not, then looks like you just gave the other person the win. Because you need to be here. 240 dial for Bear Alejandro on the left-hand side and Ja Fento in the front engine dragster right-hand side. Dial 210. 3 above with a 5. And Bear slowed down, costing him the race. Ja Fento to the final against one of these guys. We got no fucking heads-up races for comp. That makes me mad. Anyways, Brad Pickett dialed in 250 up against Tyler Wilson, dialed in 220 in the Thunderbird right-hand side. And Brad Pickett with that 66 Ford Fairline. $227 with a 9 and a 251-1. There you have it. One above with a 1 on the 250 dial for Brad Pickett. He is going to his second, I believe his second career final. And he already is a division champ, so let's see if we're going to get a new winner or we're going to get an old winner. Have a 2-time division champ right there. We'll have to see. Top sportsman. I would start heading down to the lanes if you guys are all set. Gerald Spectral dialed in 260. Up against Kyle Stars. Kyle Stars is dialed 246. $255 with an 8. Not a bad run. Gerald Spectral, this is the furthest I believe he's made it. He's doing a great job this comp. Comes Kyle Stars. Kyle Stars always makes it, like, I feel like so far that he just has to lose it. Hopefully it doesn't happen here, but I guess we're going to find out. Second call, top sportsman. Top sportsman. We need to do the lanes. Top sportsman to the lanes. Kyle Stars with that 246. I'm telling you, fast car right here. So in 40 minutes, this competition will be ready to get all the finals done, and we'll probably end this at like 4:30, 4:40 or something like that. And then that is it from us. The next time we will see each other is in the Vessel Dragway. 259 with a 6. What happened? He sold. Wow, he sold, man, he sold. Gerald Spectral on to his first final round of his career, and I can confidently say that because I don't think he's ever been in the final. Martin Judge and Kai Kashi. That's what we got left. Top Sportsman, third call. Make sure you start heading there. I gave you your last warning. Head there while you can. Martin Judge has a division win. 245 is his dial. There he goes. 258 with a 6. That's not gonna cut it. And then Kai Kashi. Frick. Where's my man at? Dial in 260. Oh boy. Let's see who's in the final. Michael Speedster and Brendan Lotus. This should be an interesting one. Top Sportsman, great job today. Great job on the numbers. Michael Speedster dialed in 280. Up against Brendan Lotus, dialed in 315. Here we go. Dead on 4 for Michael Speedster, on to his second final of his career. He might have more, but I don't know. He could potentially win his first ever Top Sportsman trophy, and that is he would have won back to back because he won his first ever win in Pro Stock last competition. First ever person to win the THRE Pro Stock category. He started it this year. Brenda Dow 260 in the left-hand side in the GTR. And Jet Spiegel, right-hand side, Dow 270. They're ready. Who will be going against Michael Speedster? Let's go. Dead on 8. And oh, hold on. Wow. Hold on, everybody. Jet Spiegel just barrel rolled. He turned sideways and started a barrel roll. We're going to make sure he's all right. Deborah will go on to the final round. We're just going to check up on him real quick. His car did a barrel roll. We have to make sure he's all right. Wow. Yeah, that car is on its hood. We'll see you in a sec. Just a quick shout out to the fans and all the racers. I saw them run down, and give a hand to the racers that helped flip Jet Spiegel's car around. I just want to give a round of applause. Thank you to them. Thank you so much to everybody in the THRE community. Jet Spiegel is okay, so we'll give a round of applause for Jet Spiegel. He is all right. Thank you to the first responders down there as well. He's going to just get checked out of the hospital as he eventually gave in to, all right, I'll get checked out. He seems okay as what I've gotten over there. Luckily, there is nothing, just a little bit of debris we have to pick up, and we can get this show back on the road pretty soon. So we'll be back in like 5 minutes. And yeah, thank you guys for waiting patiently. We're gonna get everything. So it looks like they're done. So they're just gonna get everything in their spots, and then we'll get the green light in like a few minutes. Did not take as long as I thought it was gonna be. So at least everyone's all right, and we're good, and we're ready to go back to racing. Remember, 290 dial for Sean Richardson, right-hand side in the Ford pickup against Zay Lawrence, dialed in 320. They're ready. Here we go. Who is going against Aubrey? 2 above with a 9. Oh, come on, Zay. 328 with a 2. He slowed down. Well, win's a win. It goes to Sean Richardson. Looks like Aubrey kind of had to come up because it was whatever. She's just going to break the beams, it looks like here. Great job to Sean Richardson, though, staying consistent. And now we're going to have our final rounds at 420. She goes, breaks the beams. We're out of here. We'll see you in the final round, everybody. It's been a lot of fun. First divisional of season 2. We will see you guys for the final rounds of all our categories. See ya. Super Street. Final round. Ben Charlotte. He could get his first ever division win over here. Or will it be Ron Harvey on the right-hand side in the Chevy pickup? Will he get his first ever win, period? Here we go. This is gonna be great. They've both been running super well. Here we go. They're in. Super Street. Ben Charlotte going to take the stripe. Dead on 2. Beats Ron Harvey. Ben Charlotte is going to get it done. Dead on 2 beats a 3 above with a 1. That's Ron Harvey's worst run all day, surprisingly. What a race. Congratulations to Ben Charlotte on his first ever division win and his second win of his career. Sean Richardson, right-hand side. 290 dial up against Sarah Bowen, the two-time national champ, one-time division champ. Could make this her second win of the season, and there's only been 2 competitions. If she wins, she's 3 for 3 in final rounds, I'm pretty sure. The pressure is definitely on. Stock Eliminator. Final. Here we go. Here we go. 1 above with a 5 and 1 below the index. Sean Richardson for the win. By 5 thousandths of a second, knocks out Aubrey Williams. Sean Richardson's first win of his career. Congratulations to him. And here comes the Super Comp final. Gave the trophy to someone else, and that was a great run by Sarah Bowen as well. Super Comp final round. Here we go. Joey Lotto and AJ Pierce. Here we go. The Jacks are going to take the strike. Too quick again. The winner of Super Comp is Joey Lotto. 286 with a 5, and just too quick for AJ Pierce. It looked like they were side by side at the start, but then he went too quick. Joey Lotto, that's his second ever division win. 1 second as we get the track ready for Super Gas final round. Someone is going to get a trophy here. A new Super Gas winner will be crowned. Are these guys leaving at the same time? Oh, brother, we're leaving at the same time. Oh boy, who is dialed in better? Oh boy. We are leaving at the same time. Here we go. Super gas, final round. Side by side. Scott Burns takes the stripe. 581.7 though, and a 582 with a 4. The win for Super Gas is Torrin Steele. Well deserved. He's been doing everything he can to get to the finals. Congrats to him. Super stock. Sorry. Final round. Shi Chung over there on the right-hand side, dialed 260. Her third, I believe, final round. She's 1 for 2 in final rounds. Bailey Clem I feel like he's been in one. I don't know. Dialed in 315. Shi Chung the right-hand side in the Volvo Gasser. And here they go. They're ready. Here we go. She's a national champ. And 2 above with a 7. Got it done. Shi Chung is once again in the winner's circle. Her first time ever winning a divisional. That's her second win of her career. And a 322 with a 6 on the 315. Too slow. All right. 1 second. Let's get some of this down. Just 1 second. Just gonna get some stuff off the starting line just for a second. We'll be back and ready to go in like 30 seconds. It's bracket racing time. No heads up race 7. Got Bradley Pickett. Bradley Pickett, right? Or no, Brad Pickett. I keep thinking of Bradley Pitt. I don't know. Anyways, they sound similar, the names, but against Ja Fanto, and I believe I've seen a couple of these front engine dragsters in some final rounds before. Can they get it done? Both of these drivers are capable of winning. Comp Eliminator. Here we go. 250 and a 210. There's the dragster going in. 206 with a 9. That is 31 under the index. 245 with a 9. That is 41 under the index by 10 thousandths of a second. The win goes Ja Fanto into the finish line, or into the winner circle. Got it done. And now with the top dragster final. Gerald Spectral dialed in. 257. Up against Kai Kashi coming up next. And he's dialed in 255. So they're both similarly dialed, can it speak. Here he goes to the finish. One above with an 8. Wow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. He could get his ever. Oh wait, we're going to get a new top dragster winner as well. Wow. Here goes Kai Kashi, dialed in. 255. And here he goes right now. All right. He's getting ready. A long time to stage. He knows. Doesn't look terrible. Cannot get it done. It's too slow. Win goes Gerald Spectral. His first ever win in Top Dragster. His first ever win. Nicely done. And we got top sportsman now. And then we're on to our alcohol final rounds. Michael Speedster and Deborah Alejandro. Deborah Dahlin 260 up against Michael Speedster's 280. This is going to be crazy. Here we go. A 2 above with a 4 and a 274-2. Too quick. Win goes to Deborah Alejandro for her first ever win. She's been in final rounds, I believe, or close every time. Her car runs great and then just fucks up at the end, but she will get it done. 1 second, we're just going to do a sweep, and then that is it. And then we have 2 more races down the racetrack, and that will be competition complete. And that'll be the event wrapped up. And the next time we will be racing is, I don't know exactly the dates yet, but we will be racing at Vessel Dragway on a divisional. So, this is amazing. Congratulations, Deborah, for that win. Top alcohol, funny car, final round. Number 1 qualifier, Riley Cox, selects the right lane. Up against Ozzy Morton, number 2 qualifier, and of course the number 1 and number 2 qualifier are in the final together. So the stats were correct in saying that that would happen. So the former Top Alcohol Funny Car ET record holder was none other than the person to Riley's left, which is Ozzy Morton. And now Ozzy wants revenge because she just stole the record today. So she wants her get back. Or he wants his get back for the win in this final round. Who will be the first Top Alcohol Funny Car champion or winner of season 2? Who's gonna have who's gonna start off strong? Oh boy! And Ozzy Morton gets it at the end. 570 with a 6. Tire shake galore for both. And a 573 with a 5. The win goes to Ozzy Morton for the win. We're going to get them dealt with, make sure everything's good to go down there. And we're going to send down our last race of the day. Congrats to Ozzy Morton. And the 2 blower cars from the same racing team against, the same teams against each other. That's what I meant. JV and Cox against David Morton. David Morton, your Top Alcohol Dragster champion of season 2. And what's funny is, I guess you could say the scoreboard right now is 1-0. The Morton drag racing team is leading. Can JV and Cox tie it up? He also broke the record yesterday. Broke the record yesterday with a phenomenal run. They're getting paired up, staged in. Close. And Javian gets it done. 5:36 with a 2, a fast pass, and a 5:42 with a 7. Not enough to beat Javian Cox right there. Congratulations to him. What a way to end it. So it is 1-1 now. Javian with his first ever win, and he gets it done. It's no luck in season 1, but doesn't matter now. He's starting off really strong in season number 2. That's going to do it, everybody. That was a competition for sure. Well, nothing much to be said. Besides, a big thank you to our fans and our supporters, the racers, first responders down there, always doing their thing. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to the crew chiefs. Thank you to everybody involved in THRE, and especially thanks to God. See you at Vessel.